Hello, hello. I cannot believe that tomorrow is New Year's. I wanted to like go to a party or something tonight or even host one of my own, but me and my husband have been sick all week. So he was like, "Honey, we can't go anywhere. We're sick." And I'm like, "But I might feel better tomorrow." And I do have more energy than I had the past couple of days, so that's really good. And I'm feeling a lot better. I still have a little bit of like a sore throat, but I think that that's actually from me straining my voice yesterday, recording videos, and not from having a cold. Luckily, this time it was just a cold. It was not COVID. So I just checked the video, so it looks like it's fine on YouTube, so that's good. So, yeah, happy New Year's Eve. I hope y'all had really good celebrations and everything during the month of December and got everything on your wish list. I got so many Christmas presents and it was amazing. I got a complete box set of all of Jane Austen's books, and they're like these uh, softback covers, so not paperbacks, not hardbacks, but right in between. Then I got the third book in two series that I've not started yet, but I really like the author's works. So I'm really excited about all the stuff that I got for Christmas. But today we're going to be doing a series of reading sprints. And because it is the last day of the year, I have decided I am not going to finish any more books. So my stats for the year are done. However, I am going to read today, but what I'm going to be doing is testing books that have been on my shelf for a while that I never really gravitate toward reading. So I'm just going to read the first couple of pages of each of them and then determine whether I think that they do have the potential of being a 4 or 5 star rating. And if I don't think that they have the potential of being a 4 or a 5 star, I'm gonna put them in an unhaul pile. So I already have like 20 books that I set aside that I'm gonna get rid of. Some of them I've read, some of them I have not read. And yeah. Destiny says, stopping in to say hi. My family was sick for Christmas, so we rescheduled for today. So I'm prepping for that, but I'll join in reading after I get some time. Man, I should do that with mine. Yes. So I have like, I've figured it out. I did my stats and everything. I have 420 unread books on my shelf. And I still have books that are out in my trunk. I've still got stuff in the garage that might have books. There's no telling how many books I actually have in this house. But as far as what's actually on my shelf, aside from the classics, because I'm not going to binge read the classics, they're too difficult to binge read. Uh, but aside from those, I would like to at least try every book on my shelf by the end of the year, meaning like 2 or 3 pages. That's really all I need to determine if I like the writing style or not. Sometimes even less. But I kind of did this experiment already with 5 books earlier. I deleted the footage. I'm not posting it. I didn't think that it was very interesting the way that I was. It just wasn't great, and I didn't feel like editing it. And I'm like, hey, if I don't think it's worthy of the time I would put into it to edit, I'm not going to post it and then y'all sit through it. So I've actually deleted a couple of videos that I've made because of the same reason. But I thought it would be fun to kind of do it today during these live sprints, and then once we come in for the breaks, I can tell you the results. So we'll have like a fun little thing going on. I have 25 books to try today. So I'm going to try all 25 because these are just the books that I'm least interested in with each of these genres. And so I'm going to go through them and I'm going to try to be ruthless. And I'm hoping that I will unhaul like half of these. That would be awesome. And then I will know what my true number is going into 2023. And then I can come up with, okay, out of this full number that we have now, how much do I want to reduce this TBR by? And that'll be done through not only reading books, but also DNFing books and DNFing series. So I read one book. I can't tell you about it yet because it's going to be in some January videos, but I read one book and it was actually like a 4 star. It was a good book. It was a solid book. However, I it was not a 5 star, and I was like, "You know what? I'm probably not gonna like the second or third book any better than I liked the first book." And it just didn't feel like it was a good enough read for me to sacrifice another 30 hours of my life, either physically reading the books or listening to the audio, and then I would also have to purchase the third book because I didn't own it. So, I was like, "You know what? I'm gonna get rid of the first book because 'cause I'm not gonna reread it, and I'm also gonna get rid of the second book because I don't wanna spend 14 hours of my life with the story that's not a 5 star. I have way too many books on my shelf, so I'm really gonna try to be ruthless this year. I am gunning to be the DNF queen and get down some of these books. I'm not stressed out by the amount of books that are on my shelves now. I can see all of them. They all fit on the shelves. I don't have to do any double stacking. I'm really, really happy with that. The amount doesn't stress me out. However, the fact that some of these I've had for like 10 years on my shelf, I just don't know that the interest is really going to be there. And I've been finding that when it comes to YA books in particular, I'm not necessarily enjoying them as much as I once did, just because I'm getting older. I'm getting older. So certain plot lines, I've read so many of them, it's not new to me. So I feel like with the adult genre, I haven't really explored it hardly any. So I want to be getting more into adult books. Of course, there's still gonna be some YA favorites that I will continue to, like, wanna read and reread. I've got some really fun series on here that I really do think I'm gonna love them, but there's other stuff where I'm just like, it's mostly YA contemporary novels, to be honest, because now that I am older, I do want more of the tension, and I don't mind having a spicy scene or 2 in the book, but I've kind of passed the point where I wanna read a 400-page book for one kiss. I'm just like, "That's not enough tension." But anyway, I have had to re-record things because of that. Hate how I sounded, so I did it again. If I put in the effort to edit, want it to be something I like, yes. And then the other thing is I just hate feeling I have like severe rejection sensitivity. And I also have OCD, and mine in particular involves a lot of rumination. And I have like a social anxiety disorder, which to me sounded crazy because I'm like, I can go up and talk to anybody, no problem. How is that social anxiety disorder? Well, it comes in the aftermath. So after social events, I'm analyzing everything that I said. Could I have upset someone? And it's basically trying to control other people's opinions of you and stressing out about things that you cannot control. And so a lot of times I just delete videos. Like I did a Christmas haul, but 3 of the books were by authors who have been deemed to be controversial people. One of them, I don't know the reason why. I've just heard their name. The other 2, I know the reasons why. But I still want to read those books. But it's like, I don't want to put it on here because then someone could perceive me as being a bad person because I'm still reading their stories. And so it's like, do I really want to invite that kind of negativity or someone making judgment calls about me based off what I read? No. So then I just wind up deleting it. And it sucks because I will re-record and re-record so I can say stuff better and like feel like I'm not going to get judgment cast on me by the way I word things. And then I just delete stuff. So it's a social anxiety disorder. It really sucks. I'm trying to get better about it, but who knows if that will ever happen. I even y'all, I even recorded like 3 40-minute plus versions of me just doing a bullet journal flip through. Because when I got to one section, I was like, "Oh, this could be controversial. I have to be careful with the way I say this." Or like when it got to the spreads that were about weight, I was like, "That could be triggering for people. So I need to put it at the end of the video." And it was just a whole big mess, but I still wanted to post the video, so I re-recorded it again because also the last version that I felt like was okay was over an hour long, and I was like, "That was ridiculous." So, this happens to me all the time. I will be doing a lot of try a chapter type things in 2023 to sort out the good from the bad. Yeah, I'm not even giving it a chapter because, in all honesty, sometimes it might take me an hour to read a chapter if it's really long, or it'll take me at least half an hour. I don't want to give it that much time because if I give it that much time, the author has more opportunity to kind of hook me into the story enough for me to be like, oh, I think this will at least be a 3 star. I would enjoy this book. It's not going to be a favorite, but I would enjoy this book. So then I'm too attached to unhaul it. So I'm more so along the lines of I can really tell in the first paragraph if someone's writing style is going to jive with me. But with doing the one experiment with 5 books earlier in the week, I was glad I continued to read one of them because by the second page, I was like, nope, they tricked me with that first paragraph. I do not like their writing style anymore. I'm unhauling this. So I'm thinking I'll give it like 2 to 3 pages max to kind of make a determination on if I want these books or not, and get rid of them. Some of them, it's not necessarily that I don't have any interest in them. It's more so they're just the ones that I'm never gravitating toward. So that's just how I'm kind of going about it. Happy New Year. Not going to stay as I still have lots to do. Yeah, I can see that. 5 hours till 2023 here, but just stop by to wish you the best of reads. Thank you. Sometimes you just can't let things bother you. I feel like people can be nasty with the funniest of content. Like on my TBR game, first comment was negative, and I was like, seriously? Oh well. I did watch your goals video today, and I also watched Maria's TBR today. I do watch y'all's content. I'm not great about commenting. What I've started to do now, if I can remember, like if I'm paying attention, I will just put a smiley face so then you know I watched it. I also did something pretty great today, and that was, well, I actually did it last night. I deleted all the videos from my watch later. I'm starting with a clean slate, and I'm gonna try to like stop using the watch later so much because I put so many videos in there. It's a bit ridiculous. And then when I'm scrolling through, I'll just really watch the content that's unique, that stands out to me, or that's just from, creators that I really enjoy. I'll watch their standard content as well. So, but anyway, I have got Courtney from Tangible Reads timers up. So I will use that because she said I could use them, which is awesome. I love when YouTubers do that because I don't want copyright strikes because I already got one from using a Halloween timer and I didn't play the music. It was just the video in the background, but they didn't like that. So avoiding that. I don't want my channel to be deleted for a timer. So anyway, how long do y'all want the first one to be? I do have 5 books. So if we do a longer one, I might be able to try all of them, or we can do a short one and I might only be able to try 1 or 2 books. It's fine. So however long y'all want to go, y'all let me know. Could be anything from like 15 minutes to 45 minutes. I don't want to do an hour long one because then people will come on and they're like, that's too long before the next sprint. I don't want to wait. So y'all just let me know. Long is fine. Okay. All right. So let's do a 45-minute, and that will bring us to the top of the hour. So that'll be easy. Um, so yeah, I added that right. Top of the hour, sprinting till 00. Well, I don't even need to do that. I was going to type in the comment, but I don't need to because I'm going to share my screen and show the timer. All right. I will mute myself and turn off my camera so I'm not distracting. But here we Hello, hello. I see some people popped in. Courtney and Pat are here. So glad to see y'all. So I did complete checking out the 5 books. It did not go as planned. You can take it as a good thing or a bad thing. It did not go as planned because I didn't DNF any of the books. I wanted to, but they were all okay. So, this one I remember I read a chapter of before and I liked where it was going, and the author actually confirmed that I guessed like half of the plot to the point to where she like we shared a room together at a writing convention, and so I was guessing it because I had been reading it on my ebook when I found out we were going to room together. And so then I was telling her what I thought was going to happen after reading the first chapter. And she literally signed the book. You guessed half the plot, but I hope you enjoy the rest. And she gave me the book. So that was really, really nice. It has an easy writing style to get into. The pacing seems really good. I do think that I will enjoy this. I think it's going to have some tropes that I like to see with the whole like friends to lovers, but in a kind of fantasy setting. Oh no, you got back perfect timing. Like it literally just ended the sprint. Nice to see you. Missing your Yeah, I've been sick. And also I just felt like everyone was doing video every day for December and it could be very overwhelming. So I was like, you know what? I posted like 20 videos at the beginning of the month that I had already recorded because I wanted to get a fresh slate. And then I was like, you know what? That's so much content. I'm just gonna kind of do like 2 videos a week. And so that's what I did. I had the On My Radar would come out every Saturday. Then I had a couple of these lives. Um, and then I would have like one additional video each week that would come out that wasn't on my radar. Which is interesting because even though it's very, very slow for me, because y'all are used to seeing me pop out a video almost every day, it's still more content than most creators post in like a week's time frame. So it's kind of interesting, but I enjoyed it because I was able to focus on reading more. So I don't really know exactly what I'm going to be doing going forward. I know I am going to keep up the On My Radar series because it's very easy to make, and I can do it ahead of time. And I've seen other people talk about books that are coming out on a monthly basis or they do their anticipated reads for the year, but I haven't seen anyone do a weekly version. So I just think it would be an easy series that I can do that people might like on the channel. I did videos many of the days up until Christmas, but not doing that again. Yeah, because you got to remember too that I did like a video every day pretty much for October and November, as far as I remember. And then I dropped like 20 videos at the 1st of December. So I've been putting out a ridiculous amount of content. I can actually find out now how many videos I've posted this year. I think that that would be interesting to look at and it'll be accurate. Because I also posted it on my radar during the sprints. So I mean, Social Blade might be a day behind, so it might not have all my videos on there, but I'll check and see just because I'm curious. But also, y'all, I have unlisted several videos. They were like lives or just stuff that was very kind of like temporary type content. And so let me see here. So Social Blade says that I have uploaded 143 videos. 143 videos. And y'all got to remember, I did not post my first video on this channel until May 20th. So we're talking like 6 months. So June, July, August, September, October, November, December. 7 months. 143 videos. Hey Alexa, what is 143 divided by 7?
143 divided by 7 is approximately 20.4286. By the way, you can thank the driver of your most recent delivery, and we'll share your appreciation with them. Just say, thank my driver.
Thank my driver. What did it say? 24 or 20.4? So I've posted on average more than 20 videos a month. And y'all know from watching my channel, my videos are long. They're not short. I've tried. I wish I could be like you, Courtney. I wish I could get it out there because I don't feel like you sacrifice I don't feel like you sacrifice anything with your length of videos. And I find that that's very difficult to do because a lot of the channels who do quicker videos, they're sacrificing substance. They're leaving it out and giving the bare minimum when they talk about books, but you don't. Like, you give everything that you need, but somehow you're able to do it quickly. And I don't know how to do that. I do not know how to do that. Oh man. Yes, yes. Everything's up to date now. I don't have any videos banked except for I did a flip through video, which luckily I don't have to edit it. So I'll just upload it. It's like 40 minutes long. It's really long. But I'll just be able to upload that, but I don't have any other videos banked. I kept checking that day to see how many you were going to do. What is Social Blade? I'll show you. I was watching another video like the last 3 minutes of the sprint from Rachel's channel. But anyway, so this is Social Blade. So it'll tell you how many videos you've uploaded, your subscriber count, your video views. It also has this thing that I think is kind of cool, which is the future projections. And so when you click on that, it will tell you what it thinks you'll have as far as like subscriber counts and view counts by certain dates. You can also click on the subscriber milestones and it'll tell you when it thinks you will hit certain milestones. When I was doing a video every day, it told me that I was going to have like over 1,000 subscribers. I think it told me I was going to have like almost 2,000 subscribers by the end of 2023. But when I stopped doing a video every day, my views and my subs had went down, I guess. So now it's telling me that by the end of next year, actually not until April, I will be at like 500. So basically, if I want the channel to grow, I got to do more content. But also, it has a thing that I like, which is called the favorites, and you can add up to like 5 channels. I'm exposing myself here. I'm exposing myself. So I'm exposed. You can put up to 5 channels and kind of gauge how you're doing. So when I first started out, what I did, because numbers don't mean everything, and also people that join at certain times, there's advantages to it. So when I first started out, I found other creators that started like within the same 30 days that I started, and I put them on here. And at first, I was behind all of those creators. Their channels were growing a lot faster than mine. But I started just kind of looking just to see. It does graphs for your sub growth and your views. And so I've changed the creators several times. So right now I have Monty. She's like the only creator on here that I think we started around the same month that's on here. And I wish more people would go subscribe to her channel because she has really great content. But she was ahead of me for a while. And most people were ahead of me until I created I Read Dead People Book Club. And then my channel grew. And then people tagging me to do tags, I think really helped as well. Because I don't share my videos anywhere at all. Like I don't share them on any social media. Um, and I didn't tell anyone about my channel. So all of it was organic growth. So that was really cool. There's only 2 people I know in real life who are subscribed to my channel. Um, but anyway, and that was recently. Like cuz they asked about it and they were like, "I won't tell anyone." But so I've got you on here, Courtney. You're the top one that I have on here. Then I've got Kelly Reads a Lot, and then here's my channel, and then I have Monty B, and then I have Ash from Books to Ashes. So what you can do is I can click on here, and so I've got this red line that shows me where I'm at. And what's cool is that even though their subscriber differences are wild, like I can click on Monty. So I'm the red line, Monty is purple. So when you look at the subscribers, it's lower. You can see hers is really consistent with the subscribers. And then mine kind of jumped a little up there. But then when you look down here, when it goes to the views, her views are way more than what I have. But again, hers is very like slight incline, and then mine is going whoosh. So then if I take the top creator, I can compare that way as well and be like, okay, I am nowhere near 343 subscribers, but you can see our growth lines are about the same as far as like the pacing and how the level changes. So I'm like, okay, I'm doing pretty good. My channel's performing similarly to even a much bigger channel, like 3 times my size. Same thing with the views. I can see with yours, it's kind of like a steady, slight slope up, and mine is pretty much the same. You had a big jump from here to here. So you must have done something on the 4th or the 5th. But it's just kind of cool to look at it. Now, Courtney, you and Kelly, y'all have 20 different. So now you're the red line. And then Kelly's is the purple. So you can see how different it is. So you have just went whoosh. Your channel is just like growing really, really fast. And then Kelly's is steady. And then here you can see though that as far as y'all's views, it's about the same incline. So it's just interesting. I like marketing stuff and I like stats and things. Every once in a while I check and I want to be motivated by y'all's bigger channels. So that's why I have mostly the bigger channels. And then I have the one on there, which is Monty's, because hers was the one that was around the same time as mine. Books to Ashes was around the same as well, but I think she joined like a month before. So it's just all kind of up in the air. Wow, wow, wow. Heather be knocking them out. Oh man, I'm trying. I'm trying. No, there's channels that have started after me that have just went out of the water that are like they've already got like 1,000. But I don't want to compare myself to people that took off right away because that's not a good comparison. I don't want to feel bad that I'm not doing as well as other creators. So I'm looking at people um around the same area so I can kind of see what the trends are. But anyway, I meant you are like Octavia Butler. Huh? I'm confused. What? Are you talking to me or someone else? I don't know. I did watch the show that just came out, Kindred. Oh my gosh, I binged Kindred in like one sitting. It was so good. Like it was traumatic, but it was so good. Oh my gosh, I know why that book is so popular. I think you're reading that book right now. I think you posted something. I saw an image with you with that book. I don't know what it was, a short video or a TV. I don't know. I saw it. I saw you post a picture somewhere with that book, but the show is amazing. That's interesting. My channel gains and loses every week. Yeah. Anytime I reach some sort of milestone, even if it's like an increment of 10, I'll get some and then I'll lose like 4 the very next day. But then I'll get them back within the next 2 to 3 days. I try not to worry about it too much. I like to see that the channel is growing and not going stagnant because that means that people are engaging in the content. But I mean, I can't control any of it, so I try not to worry about it. Oops, lost track of time. The timer paused. I don't know if y'all noticed, but when it got to like 13 minutes, it stopped. The timer just like paused. And the funny thing is, it did it on my laptop and it did it on my desktop. So I think it had something to do with my internet. I don't know what happened, but it paused at 13 minutes. So luckily, I knew that we were going to end at the top of the hour. So I was able to fix it and have like the last 7 minutes be normal. But it did pause, so there was, like, some kinda weird glitch that happened. I was referring to my other comment. Octavia Butler says she don't like short stories because she needs room to tell her story. You were saying you had long videos. Oh, yes, yes, yes. But see, I still feel like even though my long videos are long, I'm not fluffing it out. I don't feel like I'm fluffing it out. I think I would get sick of hearing myself talk if I was fluffing it. There's definitely a lot of people that fluff their videos. Not necessarily with BookTube, but like with I don't know if y'all follow bullet journaling. Then people have like 5-minute intros, and I'm like, show me your spreads. When I'm watching bullet journal videos, I won't lie. I won't lie. I skip till the very end and they flip through all their spreads, and I just watch that 1 minute instead of watching their hour-long video where they're making it. I'm like, I don't care. I just want to see the finished product. Oh man. It's supposed to be a lot different to the book. Well, that's good because then she can still get a lot of sales, which I know she's passed, but maybe her family would get the royalties. But it was good. It was good. Um especially the beginning. It's a brilliant book and very good via audio. I might have to check that out, but I'll probably wait a little while because I just watched the show. Um I went away. You interested in Buddy Sprint on January 7th, next Saturday? Sure. You just remind me. But I should be here, so that's fine with me. I like sprinting regularly. I did a really crappy job with the Havocathon because I know that I'm such a slow reader and I'm also a bit of a mood reader. So I read all the holiday Havocathon books except for like one. I read them all in November. So and then I was sick of it. I was like, there's too many Christmas books. I gotta read something else. So then I was trying to knock out series and stuff that I'd already started. That's kind of what I did this month. But I still hosted, I still did all the spreads, but I just wasn't reading Christmas books. I was like, I'm sorry, Courtney. Oh man, if my videos are long, it's because I get nervous and forget what I wanted to say and ramble a bit. I try to be a one take wonder, but it does make my voice hurt sometimes because I'll re-record something like 4 times and I tend to project my voice, but in an unhealthy way. When I'm recording videos, I get loud and it like strains my voice. I need to stop. But anyway, how did y'all's reading go? What did you think? I will show you the books that I tried. I kind of got off topic, but I'll show you what I tried. So this was one of them. I already told you. The pacing I think is going to be good. The writing's easy and accessible to get into. This one I feel like is going to be slower and maybe have more character development than the other books in the stack. This is also a signed copy. A lot of these were signed copies. I think all but one. So I have a really funny story about this one. So V. Schwab, she lived in Nashville for a while, and she was coming to the Kentucky like festival of books or whatever. And I had messaged her before the event. I was like, "Hey, I see you're coming. I know this one is kind of like out of print or whatever. Like they don't really sell this one much anymore." I was like, "If you have any copies from like your personal collection, because publishers will give authors so many copies to give out to people that they know, that sort of thing." I was like, "I will buy them off of you." And so she brought me from her personal collection these 2 books and signed them for me. And then they wound up having them there anyway, but she already signed them to me and she gave them to me. She's like, "Don't tell anyone I gave you the books." And I was like, "I won't." But this was several years ago. So I think it's okay to spill that secret now. And someone would have to watch like an hour and a half video. But I'd been to other events with her as well. And I thanked her a couple months later because I saw her again at a writing retreat that I was at. So because she gave me these books, she's so stinking nice. I brought her dark chocolate because she likes dark chocolate. And I also brought her green tea because she likes green tea. So I was like, "Here you go." And thank you. So that was fun. And then I also read a little bit of this. This one has an interesting setting. They're like inside of a mountain range, but they're not allowed to leave. And the character is curious as to why they're not allowed to leave. Even though everyone is happy there, she's like, "I don't understand why no one wants to venture out. No one questions this." And so I think it could be interesting. This is the first book in the series. It was also signed, and it is steampunk. It's steampunk. So she was like packing up her table, I think, and I went over there and was looking at it. And she was like, "You're a reviewer?" I had a shirt on that said I was a reviewer. And she was like, "If you will read steampunk, I'll give you a copy." And I was like, "Okay, I can't tell you when I'm going to review it," because I had gotten like 15 different authors gave me books that day. But I was like, "I will get to it eventually, and when I get to it, I'll review it, or if I don't want it, I'll give it to somebody else and hopefully they'll review it," that sort of thing. So, she gave me this. I believe they might be an author team, but they just write under A.R. Ivanovich. So, but that was a interesting one. Then we have this one, Caraval by Stephanie Garber. Now, this one, I could see it going either way. I could see it being a 5-star. I could see it being a 1-star because of the writing style. Here's why. So I was flying through it, which is great, but it was also a little lyrical, but not in the way that I would think being lyrical. It was more so using a lot of imagery, using a lot of metaphors and comparisons. And if it is only done every once in a while, I'm okay with that. If it's like every page, but it's also not coming off as like beautifully lyrical and having a purpose to all of the metaphors and stuff, then I will get sick of it and I will not want to read the book. So I could easily see it going either way. So, like with Laini Taylor, her books are very lyrical, but each time she makes a comparison, it adds something to the story. It doesn't feel like filler words. Whereas with this, I could see it becoming filler words and me getting annoyed. So I don't know what's going to happen with this book, but I do want to give it more of a try, probably like 50 pages before I would determine which direction it's going to go in. Is it going to be a 5-star or is it going to be a 1-star? And then the last one, which was the first one I actually tried, I was showing you these in reverse, is The Love Interest. This one, I think it's going to be a 5-star. Because the pacing and the writing style are on point. They're perfect. It can get a little cheesy because the 2 guys they're like judged on their appearance and everything like that. So the one guy kind of comes off as a little vain, but also insecure as well because of the situation that he's forced into. So basically, they make these guys to be perfect, and one of them is a nice, and one of them is like a bad boy. And so they have to compete for the girl's love, and then whoever doesn't win her heart gets killed. So I'm like, okay. But I read like 9 pages of this and I was like, it was so fast. So I think I could really enjoy this one. Um, I've seen in so many books that were published a couple of years ago, people ragging on people with brown hair. They always got to describe the brown hair as mousy. And I'm like, what is wrong with brown hair? Brown hair is pretty. Like, what is y'all's problem? So that was my one criticism of this book, was saying mousy brown hair. That will be the first thing they'll fix about me, like it's a flaw. And I'm just like, really? Oh man. Okay. I finished my holiday books early and started reading other stuff, and I missed some Instagram prompts. I didn't even do any of the Instagram prompts. I should have, because I really want to start doing Instagram. It takes so much effort to get like a good looking picture and then make them all look good together. I don't know how people do it. I like looking at it, but I don't know that I'll be great at it. I worked on doing some cleaning and listened to some Amari and the Great Game. So many people have loved that book. I don't really read a lot of middle grades, but I remember someone did a review of it recently, and like it even had to do with like drugs and stuff, which I was surprised was in a middle grades book, but I was like, okay, it's going there. So I was like, this might be interesting to get into, because normally sometimes middle grades don't really broach like deeper subject matter. But yeah, I was like, okay. Where are you from, Storm? I peeked at your channel and heard a southern accent. Southwest Missouri. I went to a bar the other day and a guy was selling books. I bought a few and took a video of him and stuff. I told him I will do a vlog at some point, but not soon. Yeah. My Stephanie Garber one was also signed, but I've never met her. I got it in a book box, so it's a book plate. And then the love interest was not signed. I got it at a used bookstore. But I have met a lot of authors. So if y'all are ever curious about what some authors are like, in particular young adult authors, I haven't met that many adult authors. Y'all let me know. I might should do a video about like author celebrities I've met. Um some of them are really cool. I think some of the coolest ones that you can meet, if you ever get a chance to go meet them, Maggie Stiefvater. She is so funny. She will come in and her her big boots, like her combat boots, and she will prop them up on a table, like if she's at a signing and she's going to be talking on a panel or something. And she's just like all lean back and everything. And she is so chill and funny. And also, she really cares about her readers. She had someone trying to manage her and being like, hey, we've got to end the line at this point, so that you can eat. And she was like, I'll just eat and sign at the same time. Like, I'm not worried about it. So she stayed like an extra 2 hours to sign everyone's books that were in the line. And like there was people crying in her line because they would have been passed up and they had driven like 6 hours just to see her. So she was really fun. Another down to earth person was Susan Dennard. She was at a book signing and she came out to everyone that was waiting for her to like do her talk and all that kind of stuff. She came out to us and was like shaking everybody's hand, saying hi, all that kind of other stuff, when most people just sit in the back room until it's time for like the show to start. So she was really fun. Um, Another one was Marissa Meyer. She they'd be like, all right, she's only signing one book, but then she wound up signing like all the books. So she did more than she had to. And she was really funny, and she does games when she does stuff. So I actually did a game, and it was like an impersonation game. So you got a card of like 3 different characters you could impersonate. So I impersonated Hermione Granger, and it was so funny. So I won a cup for that had Heartless on it. So hers was really fun. Another one that I had a lot of fun with was Angie Thomas. Angie Thomas literally bought me one of her books with her own money in front of everybody. And it was a collector's edition. And the reason why she bought me one of her books was because I had reviewed On the Come Up, and I had created a rap video for On the Come Up. I don't have this anymore, but it was like the plot of it. And so like I was like spitting the rap out and everything, and I told her I made one, and she was like, "Oh, I have to see that." I was like, "I can pull it up on YouTube and show you." I said, "It's very cringy. I will warn you, but I did do it." And so I showed her, and she's like bobbing her head, and she's like, "Girl, you can spit. You got some bars." And then she was like, "Someone give me a book. I need to give her a book." And she was like, "Do you want On the Come Up?" And I was like, "I already have On the Come Up." I said, "But I only have the Hate You Give on ebook." She's like, "I'll get you the collector's edition. Someone come over here. How can I give this girl a book?" And then she like got her own card out and like slid it in the machine and bought me her book at the table. So that was like probably the most amazing experience I've had with an author. Um, not Pierce Brown. I haven't met him. Isaac Marin, the guy who wrote Warm Bodies and they turned it into a movie. He was at a writers convention that I was at as one of the headliners. And we were playing the game oh gosh, Cards Against Humanity. And I made him snort laugh, and he kept picking my cards because I have very dark, inappropriate humor with the cards. So it'll be like a gift to give your best friend, and I'd be like syphilis. Like that's how dark my humor is when that came. So that was really fun. Jennifer L. Armentrout is fun as well. She has so many fans, they'll all line up at the table. And so I got around to her, and she signed my books and everything. And she was like, "Do you want a picture? Do you want a picture?" I was like, "I'm fine. It's all cool." I was there signing as well, but I didn't have any books. So I was like giving out bookmarks and everything, and had my own like table for reviewing all that kind of stuff. But anyway, I was like, I'm fine. I'm fine. Because after meeting so many of these authors, you kind of are just like, okay, you can just sign my book. We're good. Especially if you're seeing them over and over and over again. Because some of them I would see like 6 times in a year. CJ Redwine. I was like, I'm not stalking you, because I would see her at every event. But no, Jennifer L. Armentrout was like, "Oh, it's fine. We can take a picture." And she like was taking the picture. I was like, okay, that was fun. CJ Redwine is hilarious. She let me interview her. So we had like an hour-long interview, which I deleted that YouTube channel, so I don't have any of the footage for it. But we were talking about everything from Harry Potter to Loki, all sorts of things. And then the next year, I got her some lemon squares. So I made her homemade lemon squares. And then I put Loki's face on the top. And she was like, "Oh, I love these." She also, like, I accidentally stole her book once. I stole The Shadow Queen, but only for like an hour. So we were talking, and she was like, um, "The book is calling." She was like, "What's your name?" And I was like, "Heather." She's like, "Heather, Heather." She's like, "The book is calling you." And I took it, and I was like, "Okay, I'm gonna get it." And she signed it and everything. And then I walked out to go to some author panels. And then I was like, "Oh my gosh, I just put it in my bag and went, and I hadn't bought it yet." So then I like walked back in there, and of course I purchased it, and then I told her, and it was like a running joke that I stole her book. And so it was funny. But anyway, yeah, lots of really nice, fun authors to meet. I've also heard some horror stories about some authors having bad behavior or being a bit pompous. One of them was Nicholas Sparks. I heard he was very rude. And he was like, I need to be at this particular table, and all my books need to be on this side of the table, and like just very picky. So I've heard some horror stories as well. Also, some authors, you'll see a different personality from them depending on the day, because they can be really shy. So it comes off as maybe being cold. And then on another day, they won't be as shy or they'll be in a better mood. So, I mean, you never really know. So I try not to judge too hard when I meet an author. Um, but anyway, Cold, Missouri. Well, nice to meet you. I'm more YouTube than Instagram, but I check in at times, keep up with book peeps with no YouTube channel. Nice to meet you too. He was like, "You can interview me." And I was like, "I'm not professional." I used to bring a camera to this indie bookstore, and that's how I met a bunch of the authors. And some of them, the publishers would be like, "You can't record this event." And some of them were like, "Yes, it's fine for you to record the event." So I would record the event and then put it on YouTube. And then some of them, they would be like, "You can't record the event. However, the author has agreed to an interview." So I did get to interview Sharon Cameron on her book, The Forgetting. So she was really nice. She stuck around after the signing and let me interview her. So she was awesome. I still haven't read the book, but that was really cool. I mean, most authors, they like the publishers don't invest in them as much as you would think that they do. They don't get like all this press that I think a lot of authors think they get. Some of them do get a lot of press, but some of them do not. So they're having to pay their own way to like go to book signings. The publishers will make sure that the books are there for the people to buy, but like they're having to share rides and hotel rooms and all this other kind of stuff. And sometimes it's all out of pocket. So when they go to these signings, a lot of times they actually lose money. But so they are very willing to do things that is going to be free promotion for them that just requires a couple minutes of their time. So never be afraid to ask. Whenever I was interviewing people like Sharon Cameron, CJ Redwine, all these people, I had like maybe 100 subscribers. They never asked, they never cared. They were just happy that someone wanted to talk to them about their books. So always go for it. Amari is a very good series and you don't feel like it's middle grades. Yeah, I mean, there's some middle grades that do go there, and it's still appropriate for a middle grades audience with the way that they approach the tough subject matters. I read Morris Gleitzman's Once series, and it has to do with the Holocaust, and it follows a boy from 10 years old until he's like 16, and then it even jumps to when he's in his 80s with his grandchild. So you got to see like a whole lot of his life. And it was graphic and it did not shy away from the violence of the Holocaust, but it was still being told through a child's lens. So some of the stuff would be funny every once in a while. Or he would pretend like he was this author's character or whatever. So everything can be done. It's just, it takes a really incredible author to do it. Yes, that was what she was telling me, is that she rapped when she was a teenager and she was like, "You could do this." And I was like, "Thank you." I describe myself as a weird owl type person. So I can take a song that already exists and then I can change it to something completely different. Um yeah. So I could do that, but I don't remember what the lyrics were for the song I came up with on my with On the Come Up. It was like something popping pills and paying bills and something, 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 something. It was like a so I did come up with that, but I don't think I could freestyle rap. Now, when I was in the military, when everyone was drunk, what I would do to pretend like I could freestyle rap because it was fun is I would stand, there would be like a crowd, we'd all be circling around, bobbing our heads, someone would be dropping a beat. And I would sit there and I would let like three people go before me and I would catch the beat and I would come up with like 4 lines, 4 to 8 lines. I would memorize them while the other people were going. And then I would spit them out as if I had just come up with them on the fly, which I kind of did, but I had like a minute of preparation. I couldn't just be like someone drop a beat and then me just like come up with something. I don't think I'd be very good at that. But like minimal preparation, yes. Off the top of my head, no. I would get stuck. I would get so stuck. You have some fun, unique experiences would be great content. Lose money to make money, yes. Like one of the authors says that she would lose 1 to 2 grand every time she did a book signing. She's an indie author, so she was having to pay for her hotel room, having to pay for the table where you'll be set up at. All your inventory, you have to pay for that. And then she was a very big author. Quinn Loftus is who I'm talking about. So she would have like wristbands and a whole bunch of swag, bookmarks, stuff like that that you could take with you. Um, she even had like her own merch stuff. Like she had little gray wolves for the Gray Wolf series, like stuffed animals. So she would spend a bunch of money. So she would lose money to go to the events, but it was worth it to her because it helped grow her audience and also excited her fans, because it's not like she's going on tour very often. So there's particular ones. There's one in Pennsylvania or something. It's called PenCon. A lot of authors go to that one. There's a couple of places that indie authors can go to, but there's not a lot. There's not a lot of access for indie authors. Um, that's starting to change, but there's like 5 or 6 major ones. So I always go to Utopia Con, which is in Nashville. So I go to that. Then the creator is moving it. It was going to be canceled, so we were going to have the final one was going to be this last year. Um, so I went to that, but it was a success and she really liked it. So she decided to kind of change up how it went and to do it every other year. So I will be signing at Utopia Con in summer of 2024. And there's like an award show, dance party, author conference stuff. It's really fun. So I'll wind up doing that. But anyway, it's exposure. Yep, that is cool that you did that. I always get nervous around authors. I mean, at first I probably was a little bit, especially with some of them. Um, but then you wind up seeing so many. Like there was years where I was going to 6 of these conferences all within Kentucky and Tennessee. And so I noticed that I would see the same authors at each one. So like Courtney Summers, not the one that doesn't have the initial in the middle, but the one that does have the initial, and I can't remember what the initial is right now. She wrote Dress Codes for Small Towns. Um, I would see her at every single event. CJ Red One is at all the events. Victoria Schwab was at most of the events, but she moved back to the UK, I believe. So she doesn't live in Nashville anymore. Another one was Adam Silvera is normally at all of the ones that I go to up here, at least the ones that were in Tennessee, but I don't think he lives in Tennessee. So I'm not really sure, but he just happened to be at like all of them. But there's actually a lot of traditionally published authors that live around Nashville. So CJ Redwine used to live in Nashville, but she moved as well. I think she moved to like South Carolina, North Carolina, something like that. I don't know. So there's just the authors kind of change out. So eventually you've met them all several times and it's like your friends. They know your name. That's kind of cool. But anyway, got to go. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Yes. Okay. So I think it is definitely time for another sprint. But I mean, these are always just good ways to get to know each other. But that was a 45-minute break. That was a 45-minute break. So let's do another 45-minute sprint. And then we'll check back in. I have made myself a plate of peanuts because I got hungry. I had an apple and a tiny piece of chess pie for breakfast. So I'm kind of hungry. So I'm going to eat me some peanuts and maybe watch Sabrina for this round. Or actually, I'll watch the rest of Rachel's video, Reads with Rachel's top 12 worst reads of 2022. And then I need to get back into the reading experiment. But anyway, let's go do that sprint. I was like, how am I doing this? Anyway, so that sprint is over. I got to eat all my peanuts. And I tried a couple of books, so I'll show you what they are. So this one, the writing style was fine. I remember a long time ago, I read like a couple chapters and I just never finished it. So I should read this because I've read another book by Shay Lenham that I really liked, but it was kind of a thriller, and I don't really know what this is going to be. It is an adult book, so I'm not really sure. Says Tyler works a dead end 9 to 5 job by day and drinks himself stupid by night when the girl he has been talking to online for several months is suddenly on the 6 o'clock news. Tyler finds himself driving across the country in hopes of finding her in search of the only thing he's ever really cared about. He would learn what it means to fight for something in his life that actually matters as opposed to letting life pass him by. Then I've got Turtles All the Way Down by John Green. Writing style was fine. Same with The Best Christmas Pageant Ever. Love in Lowercase. The Christmas Sisters. Geography of You and Me. Meant to Be. And then I started this one. Writing style is fine, but it might weird me out too much because it's an 18-year-old who wants to wear a tail. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's about the furry communities. I don't know. I'm trying to be open-minded, but we shall see. Give it like another page and just see if it's too weird. And then I also have Windfall, but I haven't started this yet. So I have, besides those two books, I have another 11 books. I haven't DNF'd any of them yet. I don't think this is going my way, y'all. The point was to hopefully get rid of some of this stuff. Human pets, yes, people that believe they are animals or they want to be animals. I don't know. I have heard some wild stories. I think it's one thing to like cosplay. There's nothing wrong with that. I can understand that. Or if you just want to do dress up or something like that. But like truly believing that you are an animal might be a step too far. Oh man, yeah. This is a YA book. YA book. So she's 18 years old. She's about to graduate. And one of the first lines is that she's waiting for her real tail to come in the mail. And she's sad that she can't wear it with her ears to graduation because the principal has already sent out like a letter. Now, the thing is, I've heard stories from multiple sources in different states talking about schools. One of them was even kind of like local area that began to put actual legitimate litter boxes in the hallways because people believe they're animals and had been defecating publicly in the middle of the hallway like an animal. So they put litter boxes there so that it would be easier pickup. And some parents complained about it and were like, no, you don't get to, this is demented, is basically what they were saying. And so I'm just like, I don't know. I think, like I said, dress up and cosplay is one thing, but I think there is a line where fantasy bleeds in to a form of mental illness where you need therapy. And I don't know what this is going to be and how this book is going to approach it. And of course, cultural acceptance for things changes generation to generation. So I try to be open-minded about stuff, but I think there's got to be a line somewhere So I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know how I'm gonna feel about that book. I don't know how I'm gonna feel about that book. But yeah, culture itself and how we respond to things like this kind of determines the thoughts around it. So the more people accept it, the less weird it seems. Um, so it just I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna think about. Yes. Oh man. It's like other stuff people have problems accepting. There's so much research behind it to be like, okay, even though it seems to you that these people have like a mental illness because they feel this way, there's so much research that backs up how they're feeling. Like brain studies, blind brain studies, and all that other kind of stuff. So I don't equate that with this, but I could see some people equating the two and being like, well, this is the same as this. I don't think it's the same. I think that this might cross a line. I don't know. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Trying to be open minded here, but we shall see. We shall see. But anyway, how did y'all's reading go? Oh man. Did y'all get any reading done? I don't even know. I don't really know what I want to do with this. I thought that it would be fun to like read a couple of pages and make a determination, but it's not really working because I'm not weeding anything out. One of the things that I did, and this, I don't even think I had a YouTube channel when I was doing it. I was just kind of doing it on my own. And it was a challenge where I would pick like 5 or 7 books. I can't remember exactly. I would pick like 5 to 7 books and I would give myself I think like a week or 10 days, something like that, to read through all of the books, which was impossible because I'm a slow reader. I cannot read 5 full-length novels in a week. I cannot do it because a 300-page book would take me um at least, like, at a minimum, 9 to 10 hours. So let's just say 10 hours for a 300-page book, and we know a lot of books now are more than 300 pages. So 10 hours times 5, that's 50 hours. 50 hours in a week reading, that's too much. I can't do that. So what I did was I would make it like that. So the first part of the challenge would be to read the first chapter of each of the books. And then I would see if I was like, okay, I'm not interested in one of these, and then I could DNF it. And then the second part of the challenge was the books that didn't get DNF'd. I would read to 50 pages in each of the books. And then I would decide, okay, can any of these be a DNF'd at 50 pages? And then I would go on to 100 pages. And basically, I just kept reading the books in increments and then deciding when to DNF them because I knew that I would not be able to finish all of them in the allotted time. And if I didn't finish them, they would get unhauled. Or I would give myself like one save. So, like, if I read 100 pages of a book and I was enjoying it, I'd be like, okay, I'm going to save that and put it into the next round. So, I don't really know. Made a cup of chai tea. I didn't read, uploaded a video, and about to edit. I do that a lot when I'm watching reading sprints, as I will be recording videos or editing videos. Because then the chat part is the part that's the interesting part. So, I picked up my phone for something. I don't know why. Oh, I reached over here because you had said tea. And I have some peppermint hot cocoa that I was thinking about making. But this has a lot of cocoa in it. It feels like it would be more than a cup. Place contents of this packet in a cup. Add 8 ounces of hot water and stir. top with whipped cream, marshmallows, or peppermint bits. Well, I do have whipped cream from the pies that I made. I do have marshmallows. And I went to Sonic last night for a snack. And I have peppermints. And I think that these um are the ones you can break up easier, like soft peppermints. I'm not sure. So I might make me some hot cocoa because I haven't had lunch. So all I've had today is an apple, a small slice of chess pie, and that half a plate of peanuts. So I'm kind of hungry, but I don't have anything that I can just pop in the microwave. Everything requires actual cooking, and I don't want to do that right now. So I'm still kind of hungry. So I think hot cocoa would make me a little full. And then my husband is thawing out chicken for dinner. So I don't know what he's going to cook with the chicken, but we have chicken. So hopefully it'll be good. But I'm already hungry now. So I do have a question while y'all are still on here because tomorrow is the new year and I just constantly thinking of ways to like improve my channel and ways to kind of get things organized. Do you prefer themed content or variety in each of the videos? So like if I was to do a wrap up, for instance, or like a review video that had 5 books, would you want them to like all be vampire books where I was just talking about all of the vampire books? Or would you want a video where it's like, hey, there's a classic in here, there's an adult romance, there's a middle grades book, like where it's just completely different books. There's no rhyme or reason to them. So it's just like a variety, or do you like the themed content? Variety. Okay. Because I think I overthink things and I'm always trying to make things themed because I feel like that's more lasting. Because, like, someone's not gonna search for a wrap up that I did in March. Like, I just don't think they're gonna search for that. But if I did a wrap up in March that was all paranormal books, people would search for that. But I always think in a marketing way and in an evergreen way, but I'm starting to learn that maybe that's not what people like. That's what the algorithms like, but not what people like. And so, yeah, it just gets kind of, ugh, you know. So if y'all want variety, then what I need to do is just throw out any plans out the window and literally just chill and read. And whatever comes out, comes out. I'm so random, so I like that. People are fickle. So I say read what you like in whatever order. And I like games and stuff. I do. So I think that's what I'm going to do because I've been thinking of what to do. And like, I've already read 5 books for the Buzzwordathon for January that had life or death in it. I've already read the 5. You can see them. There's a sneak peek. They're right there. And the books that were on the top of the shelf over here also were all life and death titles. So I was like, okay, let me just do like a whole month of that. It's more of a choice. Do you mean more of a choice like as the creator of what you can read, or more of a choice for the viewer to be like, okay, I've got options here? Because that's the other thing. It's like, I think themed content is really cool as like evergreen content, but also um I have so many different types of readers who are subscribers on this channel. A big chunk of them only read classics, historical fiction, mystery, thriller, suspense, literary. And then the other half is like fantasy, sci-fi, and romance. So I have a varied audience Um, so if I did do a whole month where it's paranormal books, they would be like, "I'm not interested in any of this stuff." But if I have a variety, there might be one book that I'm talking about that they do like. Quite heavy with same, same. Yeah, so it's series. That's why it looks like there's so many, 'cause there's a 3-book series on there, a 5-book series, 2 standalones, another one that's, the life and death one from Twilight, so it's a retelling of the 1st book, and then the ones that I already read, there is a standalone, a trilogy. I only had 2 books, so I decided to DNF the series. I finished the 1st book on DNF in the series. Um, and then the 1st book of the trilogy over there, and then another standalone. So, I've already read, um, 4 books, DNF'd 1, and I listened to an audiobook that fits that theme. So I'm just thinking of ways to grow the channel, keep y'all happy, keep me happy creatively, because I like being creative. And so like the themes makes me feel more creative, but also it puts me in a box too, because then I feel like I have to think everything. Have to think ahead. You never know who's actually watching your videos. I watch different people's videos for different reasons. So do you always? Yeah. Well, I'm glad y'all are on here. I'm like, I just need to ask because I overthink everything. The other thing is that I plan on reading backlist books, so books that I already own on my shelf. So I think I have 5 new releases that are books for 2023 that I got through Goodreads giveaways, but the rest is all published before 2022. So I think I do want to do some fun monthly challenges. I liked I liked playing Becca's Bookopoly-thon. That was fun. I liked doing the short videos where I was like, it's time for another roll, and then I would roll for that. I did buy a bunch of dice because it was pretty much the same price for me to get 1 set of fancy dice as to get 5 sets of fancy dice. So I have a lot of dice. So I think it will be fun to come up with some sort of TBR dice game. So maybe y'all can help me come up with one of those. I have 420 unread books, and I don't think I'll ever get to the point where I have 0 TBR. I don't necessarily want to have 0 TBR. I think I would like to have about 30 unread books on my shelf at a time so that I don't feel like I have to go to the library multiple times to pick up a book. So I think 30 is a good number of unread books. I can get through those within a couple of months' time. So I think that's a good number. But I would like to have read most of the books on my shelf and have it to a manageable size. Hello. I have no idea how many books in my TBR. I have been keeping track on Goodreads and also Storygraph, but I'm kind of liking Storygraph more. It seems to have less glitches. Um, so I've really only been keeping up on Storygraph now because I'm also going to DNF and get rid of a bunch of books. I have like a stack of 20 books that I'm unhauling over there. Um, but yeah. So since you're tuning in, you're the 3rd person, I might as well get your feedback as well. Do you like videos that are varied content, or do you like meaning that it talks about books from different genres within the video? Or do you like themed content where you take a concept and your whole video is about that concept? So it'd be like reviewing 5 vampire books instead of the last 5 books that I read and it just being random genres. let me know. Varied or structured themes. So far, the vote is both, it's unanimous so far that varied is the way to go. But I am curious. You are very creative and smart, Heather. Not everyone appreciates that, so don't try to cater to potential subs. There is some great content by creators with 50 subs and crappy Oh my gosh, yes. Yes, I really value some of the smaller channels because I a lot of times the creativity is with the smaller channels. And you would think that it would be the opposite because you would think more people would subscribe to the creative channels. But I think sometimes people start with the standard content and they just do a lot of it. And so they get a fast growth because people are used to that content. They know what they're getting, they like it, so they subscribe. Um, but yeah, when I'm looking through videos to actually like spend time watching on YouTube, I'm kind of skimming past the stuff that doesn't stick out to me. And I'm looking for the stuff that is unique because there's just so much content. So I guess I just don't need to worry about it. I'm reading a Star Wars book for now because I'm in the mood for one. I want to start book 2, but one thing is I don't know how to edit. There are a lot of channels that don't edit. You could also be a one-take wonder, which is kinda how I am, and so what I do is I don't script my videos or anything like that. I figure out what video I'm gonna make, and then I just sit down, I turn on the camera, and I record. Um, you can always put your finger on the pause button if you need to gather your thoughts. You just put your finger on the pause button, and then once you gather your thoughts, you just punch record again, and so it will all be in one video. Now, if you don't do editing, then the downfall is that some people expect to see the book cover, so you won't be able to, like, insert the book covers. You can always hold up the covers if you own the books. But there's also the description area. So if you don't want to insert the photos because you don't have the equipment to do that, you can always just say, like, information is down below in the description. So you can type out the title and the author name so they know how stuff is spelled and they can still check out those books. So, um, some people will literally just subscribe because they like your voice. I've subscribed to people because I liked their voice because it was like ASMR. They were talking about books, but it was like ASMR. So I didn't even read the books that they were talking about, but I liked watching their content because it was soothing. So I mean, there's a place for everyone. But yeah, I would say just do it. Just do it. And, the other thing is if you start doing a video and then you hate it, you can always just end the video, delete, and then re-record. That's what I wound up doing. So sometimes I'll record a video 4 times before I finally finish the video and I'm happy with it. So my editing is not so much me taking out stuff, it's more so me just going in and putting in the photo inserts. And then even when I have the physical book, I normally just insert the photo so that my shelf can stay organized and I'm not having to completely destroy my shelf every time I make a video. It just is a little bit easier, and so I don't have to hold up the book the whole time. Sometimes I like people's books, other times I like them as people. Yeah, I mean, it happens. It happens. That's a good idea. I sometimes plan what I will say, but I make tons of mistakes, so I have to edit. I would love to not edit like you. When I edit out stuff, it's where I have already made a big, long part of the video, and I was happy with it, and then I say something that I think someone could take the wrong way, or I get ranty, and I'm like, "Oh, I don't wanna be offensive with this rant." So then I will tell myself in the video, "Delete that, start over," and then I'll like pause talking for a second so that I can see where that section is that I need to edit out, and then I can just edit it out. But I probably overanalyzed myself too much. I think this year I was just in a reading slump, so I didn't want to start yet. Yeah. The other thing is, though, as well, that you can make so much content without reading any books. And I know that sounds wild, but if y'all saw what my plans were for January, as long as you've been a reader in the past and you've already read a ton of books, you can do a bunch of content without ever reading any books. Let me see if I still have the list over here in my notebook. Okay. Because y'all are going to be like, what? That was all book reviews. That was all book reviews. What is this? January. Here's what my plan was for January. Okay. I'm not going to do this, but I had a plan for January. Okay. I had a plan. So January 1st was going to be spoiler reviews from 2022. So basically spoiler reviews for anything that I hadn't put on the channel yet. And then I was going to do 2022 bullet journal flip through, then the New Year's book tag, which someone else already created. So I just have to answer the questions. Then a tangible reads deep dive. Then all the books I read in 2022. So just a slideshow of the book cover images of all the books that I read. Announcements plus Friday reads, which is just where I talk about the books that I'm going to be reading that week, and I wrap up the books that I had finished the week before. On my radar, which is where I talk about new releases, then some spoiler reviews. So that would be multiple videos, spoiler reviews. So basically the Friday reads would be non-spoiler reviews. Then the 2022 reading stats and goals, the Bronte Sisters book tag, which is relevant because I just did the Wuthering Heights. So the Bronte Sisters book tag, something that someone else already created, that people who took part in the Wuthering Heights read along might enjoy. My friend Kate Marie, a live show announcement, and going over the books that she's published. And then the best / most surprising reads of 2022. And then another Friday reads and wrap up. Then on my radar episode, spoiler reviews, buzzword recommendations. So that's just recommending books I've already read that fit the buzzword prompts. Iola Leroy book tag, Books to Ashes deep dive, top 5 debuts I didn't get to in 2022. Friday reads and wrap up on my radar, spoiler reviews, worst / most disappointing reads of 2022. Sub chosen tag. Oh, meaning if I got tagged by one of y'all to do a tag, I would do that tag. And I did. I have 2 tags that I haven't done yet. A written feature, writer feature. So talk about a writer whose books I've read, and just talk about those books. And then a top 5 authors I want to try, a Friday reads and wrap up on my radar again, spoiler reviews, and then 2022 superlatives. So like awards that I would give the books that I read in 2022. And then another subscriber chosen tag. So that was 31 videos. And I would only technically have to read 4 books to do all 30 of those. And that would just be so that I would have something to talk about in my Friday reads. And technically, I wouldn't even have to have finished the book. But I would need to finish the book in time to do the spoiler review, but not really, because I could always do a spoiler review for a book that I read the previous year that I hadn't done a spoiler review for before. So that was a lot of videos. I don't think I'm going to do them. There's just too many. There's just too many ideas. There's so many ideas. And I just think about how much time it takes to do some of those. And I'm like, do I really want to do that? No, no, I do not. I do not. Then I also had projects that I had come up with. So I had come up with themed days and what I would do during those themed days. So Tuesdays would be tags. So I had on here ringing in the new year, New Year's resolution tag. So again, that goes with the whole November thing. Aola Leroy tag, which would be an original one, which is the book that I'm reading for I Read Dead People. I've already finished it. Then Teen Wolf tag, but that's relevant too because the Teen Wolf movie comes out on the 26th. So I would have posted the Teen Wolf book tag on the 24th because it's something that's going to be searched, Teen Wolf. So then my book tag would pop up with people looking for the movie trailer. So again, thinking with the mind of a marketing person. And then an original tag called the Look at Me tag. So kind of like a 20 questions, but my own version of that. And it would be inspired by Mr. Meeks or Mr. Meeksies. Hi, I'm Mr. Meeksies. I'm here to help. So I was like, I come up with that original tag. And then I could do a top 5 Thursday. So basically just some sort of listicle that has 5 books in it. So I came up with Buzzword Book Recs for January because people are going to be doing the Buzzword readathon for the month. So that would be the first one that I would do. Then anticipated reads because everyone's excited about what's coming out. Debuts I didn't finish in 2022 because debuts are new and new is associated with January. So, and then werewolf books in honor of the Teen Wolf movie release. So like the same week where I would do the Teen Wolf tag, I would also do the werewolf books. And then I would also have unique projects that I would do. So I would have the Aola Leroy review and the tag, and then 100 book challenge I have on here, a viewer vote, a buzzword-a-thon, reading vlog, then the On My Radar stuff that I do every Saturday, then a Who Dat / Writers Wednesday where I'll highlight a creator or a writer on the channel or talk about my own writing. Then I had a place for who I would be talking about and what books I would be highlighting. So just lots of like themed ideas. But this is where my OCD lives. My OCD lives in the territory of overthinking and trying to find the most efficient way to make things better or to like elevate my channel, all those sorts of things. So it gets out of control and it annoys me because I'll spend hours thinking up all this stuff. And then if I go through with it and I do like the month where I did a video every day until the 21st, I get burned out because I'm making these videos and they'll be like hour-long videos where I had to read a ton of books to talk about them. And then I've got to edit the video. And then I've got to do the metadata for the video. So I've got to find the links for it on Amazon and then put it in the tags section and then come up with a thumbnail that has all the images on it. Like there's a lot that goes into it, trying to do it the most efficient way. But I think I want to kind of let go of some of that for 2023 because it just winds up being stressful and I can't control subscriber count or people enjoying the channel. I have no control over any of that. So I think I want to think less about how can I achieve perfection when it comes to like SEO and the algorithms, and more so of how can I title this video where someone will want to click on it. Like just make it fun. I don't know. I think I'm too system oriented and I need to be more people oriented. um But there's a lot of people that only I say only because I read so many books, but I mean, it's very normal for people to read 4 books in a month. They'll have these massive TBRs of like 10 books, but it's very normal to just read like 4. You can do top 5 videos. You can just do 1 video a week. And, there are channels that are way more successful than mine that do 1 video a week. And their books are always mentioned, but it's not necessarily that they're currently reading that book. It could be like a top 5 video, or it can be a bookish discussion video. There's channels that thrive off of discussions. Jess Owens is a big one. A lot of people watch Jess Owens um, community videos. That's discussion based. It doesn't require Jess to read a bunch of books. They're just reporting on the news of the bookish news. So there's a lot of people that are like that. I think Bookish Realm, is that their channel? Is another one. They're a librarian, so they talk about things that have to do with libraries and book banning and a bunch of stuff like that. I hope I've said the right channel name. Sometimes I get confused because I put people on the watch later list, so I'm not necessarily paying attention to what channel it is. I'll look real quick. I know the faces. I don't always know the channel names. Um, I will look real quick just so I make sure I'm shouting out the right person. Everyone's little thumbnails are so tiny. So tiny. But yeah, there's a lot of ideas, and every month you can just think of the words that you associate with that month and come up with content for it. So like March, for instance, that's my birthday month, so I could do something birthday related. People have birthday book tags. It's also St. Patrick's Day, so I can think of luck, so books that have to do with like winning the lottery, or the color green and yellow and black because of leprechauns. So like there's different things you can think of and associate with it. Coming up with original tags, you can look at celebrity birthdays that happen during that month. You can look at movie releases, music releases, anything that you know is going to be some sort of pop culture thing happening that month, you can come up with it. There's also weird holidays for every day of the year. So there would be like chocolate day. So you can make a video around chocolate. There's so many things that you can do, and you can still make these things bookish. So I was trying to look for their channel on the icons. I should probably just type in that channel name and see if that's the face I was thinking of. Their icon does not. Yes, I got it right. Bookish Realm. Okay. Love their discussion videos. So, haven't read a 5-star this year. Oh. Yeah, I want to be more of a DNFer so that I can get more 5-star reads because I've read a ridiculous amount of 1 and 2-star reads. You kind of have me curious now about just how many of those I've read. Yes, Bookish Rim, aka Ashley, is a librarian, very informative YouTuber, and recommendations are also good. Yes. I think that is who reviewed Amari that I was talking about early, and I couldn't remember who had recommended it that I liked the review. But now that I'm thinking of it, I think that it was her. I think that it was her. What was I going to look at? Storygraph, because now I'm curious because you were talking about not having a 5-star. Do you know what kind of things you really like about books and what things you don't like about books? Because I think if you can identify that, you might have a better chance of finding a 5-star. Um, let me see here. My stats. 2022. Oh my goodness. Okay. So I have read 14 1-stars, 18 2-stars. Sorry, no, I have point systems on here. So it was 18 2-stars, 3 2.5 stars, and 1 2.75. 3 stars was 46. So 3 stars is where I think it's a good book. But it's not the best. So 46 3 stars and then a 3.5. My 4 stars, 45, 4.5 was 4, 4.75 was 1. My 5 stars, I had 85 of them. But if I looked at that list of 85 books, are they really 5 stars still now at the end of the year? I don't know. Some of them I feel like I was just very easily gave them 5 stars, but they're not necessarily long lasting. But you tell me what genre you want, and I will look through my 5-star list, and I'll try to tell you one, and maybe you'll have better luck. I read all the genres, so hopefully I can help, but who knows? Who knows? It just depends on what you like. I like fast-paced books, preferably, but not a requirement, first person present tense, singular POV. That is what I think kind of works for me. And then there must be some romance in it for it to really work, or it has to be super fast paced like sci-fi. Then it can have no romance. But I gotta have me some romance. All right, YA romance. Let me see here because I've got quite a bit. Now, do you like gay romance as well? Because Heartstoppers is really good, which you probably already heard about Heartstoppers, but I really liked Heartstoppers. It melts your heart. Okay, not YA romance. Not YA romance. Okay, well, what do you like? What if you don't like YA romance, what do you like? And I can give you a recommendation. Um, a lot of the books that I've read that are on the 5-star list are romance books. I will be honest about that. Quite a few of them are adult or new adult. I have a book on here that says 5 stars, and I haven't even read it. I'm like, "What? Why is this on here?" I don't know how that happened. I'll have to fix that later. Sci-fi or fantasy? Okay. There is a book called Sanctuary. It's YA. It feels like reading a Die Hard novel set in space. It is a chunker. It's like 500 pages, but it was so much fun. There is a little bit of romance in there as well, but it's just super fast paced. It can be a little bit gory. It is about this girl. She is a guard with her mother and a couple of other like scientist type people on this spaceship. But the spaceship is functioning as a prison for supernatural teens. So the teens' powers have been suppressed, and so they are in lockup because they are deemed too dangerous. And so what happens is alarms start going off like someone is breaking out of the prison cell. So she has to go inside to make sure everything is good. They wind up kidnapping her. And then another enemy comes aboard. It was very, very good. It's called Sanctuary. It's Carol Licks, I think is the name. I'll look for it. It's really good. I should just have it on my shelf over here. Yeah. It's a 3-book series. I've only read the first book, but it was really good. Karen Licks. I got it close. So that, yeah, sci-fi. Very, very good. I am really excited to read the next book in that series. For audiobooks, I did like the Cruel Prince series. Some people hate it. I did like it. Paranormal, I like the Kiss Curse, but it's very much so like romance, the XX and the Kiss Curse. If you like zombies, there's an indie series, and it's like after, before, and can't remember what the other one was called, but it's like the next Gen Z, and it was really good and fast paced. see what else I have on here. I like the Shatter Me series, but some of it's forgettable. And I'm just scrolling through and seeing if there's anything that like really stands out. I like the Under the Never Sky series by Veronica Rossi. You probably already read it. It's been out a very long time. But she's actually going to be adding more books to the series. I'm not sure if it's going to be a new set of characters or the same characters, but it was really, really good. And I did not have a lot of fantasy sci-fi on here. Which is funny because I consider that to be my favorite genre, but I don't read enough of it. I'm very bad at just picking up the books I'm actually most interested in. But yeah, this one would be my number one for that, for sure. No competition. If you like high fantasy and you don't mind big old chunkers, then Karen Miller. That's like adult high fantasy, very slow burn, not really romance. Her books are good. The Kingmaker series, Kingbreaker series, Karen Miller. And then I liked The Scarlet Princess. If you like YA, you have The Cruel Prince on the TBR. Yeah, I like the audiobooks. I didn't read it physically. I mean, that can sometimes make a difference, but I liked them. Scarlet Princess was really good, but some of the series did become forgettable to me, so it's hard to explain all of it. But that's an indie series. I'll listen to the audiobooks for that. I liked From Blood and Ash, but only the first book. I found the rest of the series boring. And I think we're almost there. Yeah, that's about it for the sci-fi fantasy. So that tells me I need to read me some more sci-fi and fantasy because I only had like 1 5-star. Other than the ones that were series. Like this was pretty much it for sci-fi. So I really need to read more of that. And then there was the Monument 14 series, but there are some problems with that series, which is why I didn't recommend it, even though I did enjoy it. But yeah, I would say this. I would be pretty confident that if you like YA sci-fi that you will enjoy this. Especially if you like the Die Hard movie, because that's the feel that you get. But in space and with supernatural teens. But anyway, we have been chatting for a while. Oh my goodness. We've been here for 3 hours and 18 minutes. We only did an hour and a half of sprinting. So I guess we should do more sprints, but also I like utilizing y'all to help me make decisions about my channel. I don't know what I want to do during the next sprint. We will do one. I do like to plan stuff. I like to have a little bit of structure. It makes me feel like I have control over things, even though I don't have control over things. So talk a little bit more about channel stuff, and then we will do another sprint. So y'all said variety. That works. So then do y'all like individual book reviews, or do you just want stuff in a wrap up? And do you want spoilers or non-spoilers or both? I think it's pretty easy and quick to do non-spoilers. It's a little harder to do spoilers. That's why my videos get so long, is because I do get into the spoilers. But also I feel like I'm not giving you enough substance when I don't include the spoilers. But then again, you can't really watch the spoilers unless you either don't mind spoilers, aren't interested in the particular book, but are curious why I liked or did not like it, or you've already read the book. So I don't really know. Let me know your thoughts on individual reviews. TBR games. Do you like TBR games? What are your favorites? Would it be something that would be fun for y'all if I did like frequent TBR games where I just take other people's TBR games and try them out and do them for like a week or something. Readathons. Do you like when people participate in readathons and do like readathon vlogs or wrap ups? Or would you rather it be like, I watched this one channel one time I really liked, Wish Fulfillment. I don't think they're making content anymore. But what they did is they wrapped up all of their books, and I have done that at one point. I'm not going to do that. But they wrapped up all of their books. Then they would pick out 5. They would read those 5, and then they would do a wrap up video when they finished those 5. And so it would be completely random what it would be. I came up with some spinners for my phone that has different colors, the different years that books are published, all of that sort of thing. So I could do some sort of TBR game where I use my spinners to determine the books. I really want to do something with the dice. I just feel like the dice would be a lot of fun, but I don't know what I want to do with them. So maybe during this next sprint, I'll figure out some sort of TBR game and we'll get that started for next week. And then, do y'all have a preference for how many books are in a video? Especially if it's thorough reviews. Would you want it to be like 3 books and they each get about 5 minutes, like a 15-minute long video? Or do you want like 5 books or more? And would you want that sort of content to come out on the same day every week, or just sporadic videos that don't have a schedule so you never know what you're getting? Um, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Do you like content schedules or do you like sporadic? That's kind of my thing. But y'all can just let me know in the comments if you have any feedback on that, what you like about my channel as it is, what you want to see change, anything like that. Because I love thinking about those things um, and figuring stuff out for the new year. But I will go ahead and start the timer for those of you who are tired of me rambling. And everybody can be reading. So we'll do another 45-minute and then we'll check back in and see what we want to do from there. Okay. Hello, hello. I went out and I got barbecue. So it's so good. And they're really affordable considering how good the food is. So they're always out of mac and cheese though. And that's the only side of theirs that I like. So I just got 2 barbecue sandwiches and he mixed the sweet and the hot for me. So it's a bit of a spice. It was a spicy barbecue. Spicy. But yeah, I really love that place. You never know when it's going to be open. So I was like, I want barbecue. I can't believe that I left here, even decided to take my dog on a car ride, meaning that I had to put him in his vest, take off the one collar, and then I had to buckle him in and everything in the car, then drive to the barbecue place, wait in line, get my barbecue, and got back in like 20 minutes. I was like, how? Oh man. I don't even think it would have been that fast if I'd went through like McDonald's. So yeah, that was awesome. And the sandwich is really good. So I'm excited to eat the rest. But if y'all didn't know, Sabrina the Teenage Witch, the old version that had like 7 seasons, it's getting removed from Hulu in like 6 or 7 days. So I've been marathoning the sucker and I'm on season 2, episode 17. So I have like 5 more seasons left. I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish it before it gets removed, but I am trying. So what I'm thinking is we've already been on here for 4 hours. So I think I am gonna go ahead and end it. And then if I feel like it later tonight, since I'm not going anywhere for New Year's, I might do something. I don't know that I'm gonna stay up till midnight. I don't know what I want to do. But I might do some sort of thing. I don't know. And then that's all. So all right. Thank y'all for hopping in, for giving me some feedback on the channel stuff. And I will see y'all either later tonight or whenever I post my next video. Bye.